Hi. Normally I would do a much longer intro, but this orbit's a lot faster than I'm used to when making an intro, and so I kind of have to expedite things, so my apologies. We are unfortunately going to have to very quickly get through all of the setup, because Duna's right there, and we're about to go behind it. I can't even do my normal ad opening to get the pre-roll ads on Twitch out of the way, because I think by the time we end, it'll just be pitch black. So, like, we gotta go now. Oh, yep, sorry, that's another thing. I gotta do that. There we go. Excel's started. There is no intro for this one. There's no prep stream time. We are going straight from start streaming to I'm talking, which is inconvenient for me. There you go. There you go. Still looks very nice, though. All right, so we are back. The things are real. Let me just check to make sure that everything works, because I did not have time to prepare it. All right, everything looks good here. Excel's just activated. There it goes. I forgot to make a illustration for Excel's. It's just the same thing it was last stream. Oh well. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. We're going through it. Okay, quick recap. We got to Duna. Here is the vessel we got to Duna. Little experimental probe. It's gotten us science, and it's done us well. I am uncertain how I want to proceed. On one level, this is an okay ship. It's got plenty of Delta V. It could do more activities. In particular, I'm wondering if maybe we could try and get some orbital parameters on Ike. On the other hand, it is in a retrograde orbit relative to Ike, so it's maybe not ideal for this. To make matters even worse, it's a xenon-powered ship. So our acceleration is pretty abysmal, and there's a good chance we can just get splatted against the thing unceremoniously. To make matters worse in a meta sense, the world, or at least like various parts of the United States or internet service which requires Amazon Web Services to assist you with, is currently experiencing widespread outages, so this stream might explode. So I think I'd like to take things a bit easy today, just in case. This might have to be a station keeping day. We got a lot of random junk in orbit we should probably clean up. Let's start there. Let's go to everything in the world labeled debris. Let's see if we can't do some cleaning. For example, this is in flight. This should just like explode immediately. Old piece of the Grand Inclination. Where is it at? Okay, well, it said in flight. I'm gonna have to assume that means it's suborbital into atmosphere. Frankly, I suspect we can just sort of time warp quickly, let this thing experience atmospheric drag, and then let it fall. Because this would logically be in a similar orbit to the capsule it was attached to. Preferably, it just catches on fire, but if it has to decelerate, it has to decelerate. Now that's looking like deceleration. Interesting, it's keeping its heading, as if, like, this surface is the most atmospherically stable. Maybe it is. Curved surface, these are like a flat circle. This is probably stability. And it's rolling because I don't know why it's rolling. Well, it's definitely not that. Oh, it shifted. Cool. And now it exploded. Great. One down. There is value to doing this, as we want to try and make more observations. Getting the space decluttered will make it easier to see. So here's the liaison. And I might just, like, abandon the mission, stop tracking them, and solve my problem that way. But I do want to see how well I did. Just making things deorbit themselves. Because I try to use a bit of prevention for classic disease Kessler syndrome. I think there are a few ships that are like quasi-suborbital but should have some fuel aboard that we can use to just set them to periapsis negative and let them fall back to Earth. Yeah, this is the side effect, Vega, of me having to start the streaming immediately fast. Agile exists. My condolences. I'm going from the bottom up. We're kind of getting these rockets in reverse chronological order. Ooh, are we gonna have enough heat to break something? Maybe. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, interesting. So that broke off. It flipped sideways into this aerodynamic stability. And then, with it being a massive blunt object, it decelerated immensely. Good thing that G-forces don't really apply to the integrity of a ship unless you're colliding with physical ground. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure this whole thing would have just crumpled. And we're technically getting science from this. Alright, next one. More grand inclination debris. Probably from one of the moon missions we did for science. I don't remember which one, but it does seem like the protocol is very, very consistent. We have the first stage, and then we have the last stage. This one's coming in at an angle, but it is swaying for that to be stable forward. Which is interesting, because it flipped bottom down when it went, like, sub-Mach 1. Subsonic. But it likes to angle like this when in the higher atmosphere at higher speeds. Will we be getting a kaboom? Hard to say. The heat's being distributed evenly and we are descending rapidly. I think we'll be fine. No boom here. Yeah, and then it flips. Interesting. Kaboom. There are some of these we should just be able to... Like, once we get back to the, like, grand eccentric, grand parabolic. Wait, these are landed. Let's just recover them. I'm allowing physics to be simulated on suborbital junk so it gets out of space. And at the moon landing, those are probably from the rescue mission. Grand parabolic. It's registering as debris. Another one of these. High orbit, another one of these. Oh, there's a risk that if I leave these out too long, they'll get encountered by the moon and get flung off to who knows where. That's a real risk. As before, I really am interested in this, like, atmospheric stability phenomena. It's stable side on, but then at low speeds it's stable on the bottom. And that's like real consistent. Ooh, this one's looking pretty high temperature. But it holds. Holds, but how long will it hold? Oh, it's actually making it. Cool. I can't see a dang thing. Oh, yep, and then the moment subsonic, it goes flat. And then it goes splash. Not like we have to do many observations in Kerbin's SOI, but I think this helps regardless. An escape trajectory out of the sun concerns me. We have the fold over orbiting Kerbin. That's a bad sign. This would imply it's stuck. Unless it's one of the old probes, but then why would it be registering as debris? I didn't set that. I didn't manually set this up. What's your periapsis? Oh, it's so close. It is so close. Oh, that's tragic. We just need to, like, slap it once. Just, like, find a random pipe inside of it that has a little bit of gas in it. Burst it, have it, like, outgas a little, and then it'll go suborbital immediately. let's stop there for a second and go to our plentiful amount of probes. We have the Exo Nun test probe splashdown at Kerbin. Cover that one. Splashdown at Kerbin, recover that one. And then suborbit trajectory. Let's do that one. Classic grand parabolic. This is probably the sub stage then, which is then proof positive that this methodology works. Oh, yep. Okay. Where the... What? Did I select the wrong one? It seems like we're in sun orbit. I don't think that's in flight at all. Clearly, I must have picked the wrong one. Or I'm being lied to. Nope, it's updated. It says it's orbiting the sun. Ain't that wacky. Okay, what about relay? Starting to think we have a lot less orbital debris than I was thinking. Unless some of these old relays are actually... Like a lot of the landed at the moon relays are particular ones. And parabolic, grand inclination... Yeah, it's mostly proper here. We have sights? Not on this screen, we know. Oh well. Guess we're done with that. And in the meantime, I think I have decided my next course of action. I am going to attempt to use the liaison at Duna to get the orbital parameters of Ike. Let's fly this one. We can't neglect our infrastructure. Neglecting our infrastructure is what made the Duna encounter so difficult, aside from the fact that it's apparently on an eccentric orbit. So here's the plan. I'm going to try and boost the liaison to, like, let's say 10 million radius orbit. From there, I'm then going to try and reverse its orbit just by pure nature of I've got the thrust for it. Let's see what I can do. Well, first, let's find periapsis to make this as efficient as possible. I'm not worried about the delta V requirement. I'm worried about the acceleration. we do not have the electric charge to fire the engines continuously. I'm going to call this good enough for the purposes of making sure that we're thrusting for as early as possible on this. The sun is in a horrendous place for this, but we'll make it happen. So, 103600. Attempting to go to a scenic... $10 million. Target velocity is 1167. That's actually really not that bad. Like if I go down to 100,000, which is basically circularized, it's less than what we currently have. This might be fine. 1167.0. Back in it. Now, there's always the possibility that we just slap into Ike immediately, and that will be funny. It will also ruin the mission and probably destroy the probe. So look forward to that. Yep. Out of electric charge to do this. We cannot proceed. Go radial normal to recollect charge, but let's just see what our orbit ends up being right now. And there's Ike right on schedule to ruin everything. Oh, this is gonna be funny. Funny stuff. Okay, my only hope right now is that we kind of skirt under it. The orbital ellipse is going to be, because we're so close to the lower end, a little shallow. So we'll kind of fling under Ike. If we enter its SOI, it's hopefully it's a flyby that will leave us exiting, going basically pure vertical relative to Duna. That's not really my prediction. That's more so my hope. Well, let's see how we do. Okay, it does look like we're not on a collision course, which is pretty much as I could have hoped for. Maybe we take this time to get some estimate bounds on where Ike is. I suspect that we are strictly below it right now, so we know it's at an orbital radius of more than 1.5 million altitude. And it looks like we are going to pass it entirely. Okay. So when we search for it on the other end of this, let's aim for an altitude of like 2 million. Oh, we've hit... This is apoapsis. We passed it. 2.8 million. What do I do from here? Do I have the power to reverse now? I would need 300 meters per second at Delta V. I could get that. Let's try this. Our goal is to basically reverse. Now, I definitely can't do this in one burn, but because we're so high up, I think I have time to do multiple burns. We're on a collision course with Duna, this is expected. But, like, I flip this over until our Delta V is, like, or just our velocity is at 150 or so. And it looks like I'll be able to do that in 2 burns. This will swap us from retrograde relative to Ike to prograde relative to Ike. That will hopefully give us everything we need. Okay. Cut the engines. Radial normal. Get those panels glowing. Actually, not like the perfect altitude for this. We also appear to have had a little bit of trim, which I have now fixed. Okay, get the panels. Panels are charging. More like that. We're falling very slowly, which is why I feel like this is going to work. Okay. Proceed back to the 90. And launch. At some point soon, we want to actually calculate our orbit involved, but for the time being, we just know that we want to go 150 meters per second this way. Charge back up. Okay, now I'm feeling a bit better. Let's calculate this orbit. So we're basically at 2.8 million, 2809 specifically. 2809,000. And we want to go to effectively 2 million as a rough estimate as to where Ike's orbit is. We will refine as we go, but our target velocity is 285.9. Alright, we are nearly fully charged. I'll start tilting over to prograde in a second. Here we are. So our goal now is very specifically get 285.9 strictly horizontal. Which is why I'm pointing a little bit up. We want to make this our apoapsis. And as we descend, the velocity requirement is going to increase. By the end of this, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something closer to 300. But I will do it piece by piece. Ooh, that was cutting it real close. I'm pointing radial out because just based on our position, it's decent for sun charge, and because it lets me use the engines a little bit while I'm up here to make this prograde go up. And a little extra buffer while we're here. There we go. Now we recharge. And with our new seeming altitude, 2795,000. 286.88. Okay, it's not rising as fast as I thought it would, so we're fine. 286.9. Probably got enough speed for it now. 286.9. The dampening on the prograde point needs to improve a little bit. Go, no physics warp. 286.9. Darn it, I was going for 289. Oops. There we go. Now, hopefully, at the bottom, we should be in line with Ike, even if we're not in phase with Ike. We're going to try to be doing a lot of our old tricks, which we learned from catching Duna. Get this to work. We'll probably start adding a table for Ike on my database of planetary stuff. Interesting that from even this far out, we can see the difference between Kerbin's position and Minmus's position. That's neat. Okay, we are now at functional periapsis. Now we're at actual. So 1.985. We're effectively aiming to circularize this. Keep it like that. 361.5. Not bad at all. I suspect we might be a little high. That's okay. 361.5. I'm going to do the same trick we did last time. I'm going to try and go for one full orbit and see if Ike's position relative to our position changes. 361.5. Okay. So for that, we're going to go into... I guess locked mode's fine for this. We're going to hold at retrograde relative to here, and that will be our marker for when we're back. Put Ike right in the center of the actual craft itself, and now we proceed. Locked was the wrong choice for this. We probably want free, yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, we're below it! Half an orbit later, we're here. Okay. This implies some things. First off, it implies that... Okay, I think we can actually get some pretty interesting information here. Let's start by adding in Ike's intel. So first off, we got Ike. Ike's sphere of influence appears to be around 900,000. Which I'm feeling pretty confident about. Why is it just automatically filling in yellow? Convenient, I probably would have made it yellow. Interesting. Okay, there's also another thing we know. We know that Ike's orbit, like its semi-major axis, is greater than 2 million altitude. But we also know something else, which I don't know if it, like, functionally matters, but from our initial orbit, which was vaguely circular, we entered Ike with an excess velocity of 83.8. I think this would imply that Ike's true velocity is 83.8 less than ours was. I think. Which, if we took our particular velocity that we had from here of 365.1, this would imply that Ike's velocity at the time was about 280. Which means if we could reverse this mathematical process, get two numbers that are identical, that make this basically 280, that would be the radius / altitude of Ike, approximately. So how about we just do that real quick? So we got, let's say 2 million is our baseline. All right. So we want to make that go down by about 100. So let's try 3 million. Starting to think maybe my methodology here is flawed. That would imply that Ike's altitude radius of orbit is about like slightly less than 4 million, which is interesting because it means that if I had circularized on the other side, I might have just collided anyway. But also, we know the SOI is roughly like 1 million. It's 900,000 basically. Which means that us being at an altitude of 2.2 or whatever we were at, not 2.2, like 2 million altitude directly. That means that Ike's sphere of influence must have been like that caps it. Our previous velocity differs. Okay, I'm saying this wrong, but the idea is Duna's true altitude must be within its sphere of influence distance from our altitude at the time. By the pure logic of it caught us. And we were at about 2 million altitude. Duna's radius is about 300,000, so that's 2.3. Which means that Ike's radius cannot be larger than 3.2. And we're going at like a pretty hard collision course. I might just have the methodology on this conversion wrong. And that this 83.8 number should not be taken at face value, but still. Something there. Something very there, I think. Anyway. There's Duna. We were facing roughly prograde at the time. Oh, we're on a collision course. That may also affect matters. Okay, let's go. Let's do some moon type stuff. Which is to say radial out until we're no longer colliding. Ike is too new, so we do not have numbers for Ike. It's got the smallest SOI we've ever seen, but that might just be because it's so close to Duna. Practically a binary system. I'm just going to go radial out till the camera shifts, then go a little further and circularize. Okay, we are now in good conditions. We can't circularize, of course. We don't know the parameters of this orbit. Okay, let's just walk in a circle, see what we see. Certainly a retrograde orbit. Okay. As expected from it formerly being a collision course, we are lowering down. Okay, periapsis is fine. Up here we have an apoapsis of... Okay, for the interest of the orbital survey, we need to go to periapsis and we need to slightly nudge the apoapsis lower, such that our velocity there is a 3-digit number. Problem is, we might be in the blind spot of Kerbin, being on the low end of the other side of a rock. This is a part where our radar infrastructure is really gonna make us suffer. Okay, I don't know how much we can lower it by because we don't know the parameters of Ike yet, but I'm gonna say going down to 380 might be fine. Okay. Now we can begin the radius survey. Hopefully. I'm going to check that the apoapsis is low enough. It's close, but I think it's low enough. Let's start getting some numbers. Looking for max distance. Okay. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. $76, $77, $78, $79, $80, $81, $82, $83, $84, $85, $84. Okay, and I was looking at the velocity too. It did not go below 122.5. So these are our numbers. We need to make new tables on this chart soon. So we are starting at apoapsis because that's just where we are. 472984. Sorry, 985. Because it fell down by 1. Error is going to be the classic 0.5. Our apoapsis velocity is 122.5. 0.05. Okay. Now we go to periapsis and proceed. All right, get ready on this one. Numbers are going to be flailing a bit more fast, a bit higher speed. We should expect the velocity to confuse the heck out of me. Why is it 380.1? 6438988878685. 85. Okay. Coincidentally, another 85, but this time on the other end. Okay, so 64385. Error is 0.5. Velocity is 380.1, and I didn't see it go any higher. This gives us a... Oh, we gotta put in sig fig. Okay, let's see here. I'm guessing this is going to be restricted by our velocities, and that we're going to have a... Yeah, it's going to be 4. Here we go. Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Very similar to our Duna results, we have very low error for what we're doing, and we are very close to a nice round number. I think I would like to take that at face value. What happens if we put it to 5 even? Yeah, interesting. Okay, that's very, very interesting. All right. Cool. Well, canonically, that's our numbers. And I think we can very confidently put down a canonical radius of Ike as being 130 kilometers. Let's do that. Oh, yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. And with that, we can do... Right, the observation, mu determiner. Here we are. Now we can do research on the standard gravitational parameter. Okay. So we need a good target, like altitude to go for. We crossed the 100 kilometer barrier, so I'd like to use that. Pretty good. Okay, so our starting time for this shall be 67,362. 548.43. End time to be determined. Okay, we're going to go for the standard 10 orbits, I believe. Seems sane and reasonable. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That was actually a lot harder to keep track of than I was expecting. Maybe we should go for a different initial start. Let's go to 400,000, let's say. Just somewhere nice and up where the metrics involved are a little easier. So let's reset the count. Get up here, make sure that Ike's pointed very solidly below us. I missed it, but we can go again. That'll work. Okay. So, revised time. 67,369. 0458. And we shall go in 3, 2, yo. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. No, no, no. Oh no, this is global. It's not accounting for its orbit of Duna. This isn't gonna work either. I can't trust that this is orbit 10. But maybe I can figure out how many orbits it's been. The likely other option is that this is orbit like 11 or something. But I think I have an idea on how to disambiguate it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check my work. Okay, so 67,374. This is 21922. Okay, we need to put in the planet radius. Current planet radius is 130,000. Our apoapsis should be identical to the radius survey, so let's put in 64385. For the apoapsis, it should be 472985. This is a calculated value. Okay, so it's saying that the mu value is this. So if we go to this calculator and insert a new column. I have mildly bungled this. Here's Ike. Ostensibly all this stuff is copied over. Those, you're getting those. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So here's the plan. We put in the mu value we have gotten just now. Pretend it's correct. We then put in the values for our current orbit. They're the same ones we did again for this. Let's say our apoapsis is that. Our target. Sorry, our periapsis is that. Our target is our apoapsis. And we would expect the value provided to be accurate to what our periapsis velocity was. And it does seem to be exact, which is interesting. It means that we did do 10 orbits, and I was just paranoid for no reason. But let's perturb this slightly and see if the... like a different mu value here changes the results too much. Okay, well, it's certainly not that. We can be certain that it's not 11 orbits we did. How about 9? That's also an incorrect number. Okay, so against my own internal fears, this is the actual value. The mu determiner's output whilst on 10. Let's put it in our data. Repeat of paste it. Fill it out. Let's give that a lovely kind of lightish green in our new era of doing a good, rigorous job of figuring out the SGP. All our numbers work together. So now we know the standard gravitational parameter of Ike. The only thing we're kind of missing is the semi-major axis, but we're pretty confident it's more than 2 million. Which, you know, is a good bit of intel. It's actually going to be a little difficult to measure the semi-major of Ike simply because it's so close and so large. But I think even with just it being like roughly 2 million radius of Duna, which is 320. So like, let's just say it's like 2320000, like 2.3 million-ish, and then we'll just bonk it red and be like, you know, it's kind of that. I think that's fine. I think that's fine and good and okay. So with all that resolved, we are in a pretty good position. I am curious about something, and unfortunately I have the tools on board to... Too far from object? It's a thing? Okay, here's my curiosity. I'm wondering if I can land on Ike. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm thinking, you know, it might just be possible. Let's circularize this orbit, regardless. 64371. Let's make that a circle. How did it get to be any lower than it currently was? Is our orbit being subjected to, like, tidal forces? Okay. Target velocity is 309.1. Worried about electricity, worried about signal connection to Kerbin. Switchyard is at full strength, though. Where's Kerbin in... Oh, there's Kerbin in space. Perfect. .1. .69 kilometers up. I can do science here. I have been neglecting the fact that I can just do science here. Not a lot of science. The goo canisters have been already expended, but I can do regular science here. Let's do some. Okay. Makes sense. Then the magnetometer boom, please. Cool. And while we know that Minmus is very much above us, as well as the rest of the Kerbin's local area, transmit all this data. So I'm pretty sure that the liaison has a thrust acceleration of about 1 meter per second, which is double local gravity right now, which is why I think I can do this. But I'm not gonna do this just yet. I'm gonna get our orbit lower. I don't know the safe altitude, but for the moon, it's 15 kilometers. So I'm gonna at least do 20 here. I don't think Ike is all that point. Let's say 71812. Ooh, we want to go down to 20,000 or so, 280.1. Okay. Fly around here, have weird blur effects because we're going so fast you don't even know. With where I placed it, we should still have radar signal on the exact other side. We do. Okay. 19797. Start speed of 352.2. Alright, I'm a little worried. Kerbin, Minmus still over there? Yeah, they are. Okay. I'm worried we don't have the electric charge for this. But I'm gonna go for it. Even if this is the end of the liaison, I think we've done good work here. I'm immediately starting to regret my actions, and it's starting to make me feel like this will simply be the end of the craft. It's not even really any benefit to me doing this in practice. I'd simply... Like, for what purpose? Am I gaining science? Maybe. I ain't gaining experience. I ain't putting down a flag. It's just gonna end up being a crater of some kind. But we do have a strategy, and I would like to test it out. There's no value to keeping this ship around for relay purposes. It does not have a relay satellite. The next generation liaison does. So that one could double as our infrastructure, but this one cannot. Theoretically, we could keep it around, try and get some more information. I don't know exactly how we could do this, but... I just had an idea, but I'm worried it's too late. If we go out, like, real far from Duna, but, like, still in its SOI, and just barely eke out with functionally no excess velocity, we could try and get an estimate for the eccentricity of Duna. Oh well. I think I'm committed to this now. Okay, we're gonna alternate between radial out and retrograde in order to keep ourselves nice and charged. In fact, I could flare the engines a little bit just to give us more time as we spin around. Okay, this is an interesting configuration. We're doing a little bit of retrograde work, but we're gaining electricity. And we're at like half throttle. If we accidentally make this a new apoapsis, I will reorient to like pure retrograde. Don't think that's too likely. Time being though, I'm just slowing down. So long as I keep slowing down, this is looking pretty optimistic. Might get to a circumstance where I can effectively hover in place. Electricity is about 1/3 capacity and rising. Ooh, big crystal. Around the bottom. I think we're descending too fast. We need to gain up electric charge quickly and then go radial out. We need to ascend. It's not working. Okay, I underestimated the gravitational acceleration of, like... Well, time to see what happens. We are experiencing crumple zone technology, the likes of which you have never seen. This is gonna be the thumbnail. Just pretend it's a success. Like, look at this. It looks cool. That's how it be. So, expectedly, we still have control of the ship because crumple zone technology is a wondrous thing. And we will not survive another crumple zone, though. Let's just keep us retrograde so that we can have control of an actual functioning probe for as long as possible, but... yeah, we're done here. The first interplanetary liaison. You could almost convince yourself it looks fully functioning. Almost. Race! Oh, not to the crystal! We got through! Trick shot! Alright, so there's actually a really good chance we're gonna lose power to the probe before it even hits the ground. Oh, we've lost signal, absolutely. Threaded the needle there. I think that's a worthy use of our nonsense. Well, you've served us well, liaison. You've opened the door to new contact, new communication. It will not go to waste. Salute. And there we have it. All right, so now options are available to us, but I think the thing we need to do is up our infrastructure, yo. I want to maybe continue to refine the design of the switchyard. Make it something that is actually good and that we can send to other planets. Because I know the original switchyard is just a Kerbin space concept, but I think we're going to need a switchyard at every planet and then one at low sun. First off, we got some extra science from that. Do we want to get heavy landing? It's got big heat shield. Advanced metalworks as well. Ooh, that's the tall girder. The tall girder might be good. Just to help stabilize some of our designs. We can also get some of the lower techs like actuators, precision propulsion. We can even get one of these and advanced metal. Actuators, claws, got the hinges. Stronger hinges, I will admit. Precision propulsion gives us some tiny radial thrusters for if you're making like a really small rocket. I didn't really ever find these to be that useful. Especially with that like rocket plate you can put under a thing. But if you're operating with exclusively radial thrust, there's value. But these are just like, they're all so bad in the fuel efficiency department. The Cubs are nice. Specific impulse wise. These aren't like grandiose changes that we're acquiring here. I do kind of want the fancy external tanks though. Let's just leave it at that. Head to the switchyard and make some design improvements. I think one immediate improvement is that if we swap out the girders for these girders, the new girders, We will not have such a big problem. I also want to ideally move some of the looser components up. Like the rechargeable batteries, we got 3,000 worth of battery. I'd like to move that to radial. Each of these is 400, so we would need 3,000. Say like 8. So say we put them there and put them there. Suddenly we don't need these anymore. As far as the heart of the ship is concerned, we can now go from that to square immediately. Swap out the large girder segments of a length of, I don't know, like 1 meter exactly, with the brand new ones that I am starting to think I never actually got. Oops, my bad. Step back outside for a second. Remember that we actually have to purchase the parts we want to get. I got too distracted by the external fuel tanks. Fool that I am. Advanced Metalworks, take that. Okay, we've got a little bit more structural. We can proceed. Update on the meta situation. As I suspected, it would appear that nobody is capable of watching the stream, but I am just as capable of streaming it as always. But forcefully, my audience will be 0. That's fine. Okay. The KSP streams are one of those streams where I feel absolutely fine having their main value be looking through a backwards lens to see just how far I've managed to get. And I've always been a fan of more of the stories in stream series. So I tend to do long-form projects with definite goals. Okay, this looks like it is 3 of them glued together. Makes sense. Now the question is, for these 13, how many did we glue? Oh, I forgot we're not using the square girders for the switch yard. We're using the round ones. Oops. That actually makes this easier. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yes. No. Those triangles come from? Where did these triangles come? Did I just pick them out of the side? That makes sense. Okay. Here's the plan. Remember that for a second. I think you've seen the vision. Do that. And do that. Control V is making me very confused. And we can do this. Actually, is there a better structural component we can use? Maybe I can just use like the elongated tier 1 fuel tanks and just empty them. Not you. Kinda you, but like longer. You. A mass of 4.5. You have masses. Okay, so it is heavier. I'm incentivized against it. But at least in doing this, clean out some of the excess. In doing this, I've made a structural base that's a little better. And now I'm going to give it some scaffolding using the trusty ivy. Long enough. Use the longer ivy. Oh, that's going to be perfect. Here's the plan. I'm going to hexagon it. I'm not going to hexagon it. I don't remember what this term is in geometry. But the idea is I'm going to have struts that, like, create a convex hull looking polygon type deal. Like so. No clue how objectively structurally sound this is going to be. That's not really the point. All I really want out of this is to be a bit more stable in initial play. Oh, hey, we can attach to the antenna. Okay, so yeah, here's my diabolical switchyard scheme. With this, it should be relatively more stable without being particularly bigger. Gotta raise up the top of the fairing. Flip. Fairing a little bit. Good. Great. Next generation switchyard is ready to go. I want to remind myself what action groups we got here. Number 1, deploys the fairing. Fairing's none of the staging diagram. That makes sense. and extends the solar panels, which should be all the setup we need. Okay. Let's launch it. This one's going to low sun. Actually, ideally, we would love this to be in like almost a polar orbit of the sun. Like a really eccentric polar orbit of the sun. Because almost every planet's going to be approximately on the plane. If this is standing above the sun, then it will connect to everything always most of the time. Don't know if we've got even the delta V for that, though. There are ways. There are ways. Okay, launching Switchyard version, I forget, it's like 3. Heading to low sun for the betterment of our radar infrastructure. In 3, 2, 1, launch. Wasn't particularly worried about weight or anything in that regard. But it does seem to be a bit... Oh, nope, there we go. Stability. There's the classic wobble. I should really just turn off the RCS in the... just the reaction wheel in the upper stage during initial flight. If you put that as part of the action group, turn that on only when we release fairing. I was hoping the struts would help. Maybe we need taller tanks. It's at least less wobbly, and I think the wobble is actually due to the lower stage, maybe. Definitely conflicting control over distance, but overall, I think the lower stage needs to be supported. Maybe struts from the side boosters to up here. That might help. Really want is just like the next iteration of the S3 engine, which is going to need science for better tanks, I imagine. But I guess we're getting to the point where we're hitting the limits of sane and reasonable rocket design. Got to invent support beams for that too. Beautiful deployment. Okay, not much delta V left in this stage. I'm just going to expend it, and then we'll do our calculations for good orbiting. Alright, where's Apo? 106, not bad. First good low Kerbin orbit that we've had in a while. 106, 566. Let's circularize that. Okay, 2229.4. We are ready to go. Good enough. So what we're going to try and do now, and I think this is our best hope, even if it's going to be pretty bad. Yeah, our this is no liaison. Our Delta V is kind of garbage for this. I'm indecisive. We can either just try and go low immediately and just circularize to the best of our ability. But I'm looking at the Delta V it says we have, and I'm not feeling optimistic. We've got 7,000 Delta V. The orbital velocity of Kerbin is about 8,000, 9,000, something along those lines. We try and lower this, we're going to have like crazy velocity on their side. I'm going to check something. We need to go to the solar bungle. It's in vaguely a circular orbit, not super circular, but circular enough. I want to know what its velocity is. And I want to cross-reference it with what it would take to circularize, which is to say go backwards. If we wanted to elevate the solar bungle to Kerbin orbit, how much Delta V would we need? Okay, currently its velocity is 31,909. Its altitude is... It doesn't matter. This is close enough. So let's say we wanted an altitude of 1 billion, just hypothetically. Let's go 1.5 billion. Now let's go 2 billion. 2 billion's fine. Okay, let's say we wanted a circular orbit of 2 billion around the sun. Let's see, 2 billion. And we wanted to go from basically Kerbin. So, okay, if we wanted to go from Kerbin to this and then circularize, we would have to effectively go from this as a circle and extend to Kerbin. Now, Kerbin's official semi-major is about 13.5 in radius. I mean, let me just copy over the number, why don't we? So that would require velocity of 29814. So let's just type that down for a second. 29814 versus circularization, which is 22767. That'd be a delta V of 7,000. But 7,000 is basically all we have left in the switchyard. I know it's also coincidentally how much we have left in the solar bungle, but that means if we could get into the elliptic burn first and then have the ship be as it is right now, we would be fine. But we don't. The switchyard is not strong enough to do this. How about we... $92815. Take 5,000 just to lower ourselves to it. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be hyper low. It just needs to be lower. I don't know where Moho is. Let's make it 4 billion. It's not great, but it will serve us well. Alternatively, we could try and launch this switchyard to Duna and have them more directly connected permanently. And that might not be a bad idea if we want to make a new improved switchyard for dropping to the sun. Though I kind of want to just send another lead. I've decided. We're sending this switchyard to Duna. This is the wrong ship. But while I'm here, I may as well crash it into Kerbin. Easy matter of setting our orbital velocity to 0. It doesn't matter what direction. There we go. And drop. There it goes. Ah, of course. It should have showed up as a switchyard relay. The switchyard probe doesn't make sense. The relay is a relay. That explains the confusion. Yard relay. What the heck is this? Space Station 1? I think the game is confused. I think the game is very confused. Okay, so in accordance with our attempt to launch this buddy to Duna, I had a method to do this last time, and I'm not going to completely repeat that because I don't care. But using the semi-major of Kerbin as our current radius here, and the semi-major of Duna as our target here. Gets us a desired velocity of 102.07 off of our actual 9285. I'm going to call that 1,000 delta V off of that. Meanwhile, SOI radius of Kerbin is approximately this. We want this as our target radius here. Our current altitude of, let's say, 92. Here. So it means that we would like to have an ejection velocity of about 3180, I believe. Well, no. We would want 1,000 on the outer edge. I remember this being a problem last time I tried to do this as well. Right. The Pythagorean triangle. I remember the Pythagorean triangle. Do I still have that drawn on the illustration board? Yes, I do. So, target velocity, we want escape velocity of 3180. So it'd be 3180 squared. Let's say just square root of 3180 times 3180 plus, we're saying it's 1,000. $33.33 escape velocity. Very interesting. Well, I'm all for it. Don't know about the, target angle, but I figure we're close enough. 33.33 in 3, 2, 1, launch. not really launch, it's more ignition, but we're launching ourselves into interplanetary space. Okay, we're off. And as we approach the upper regimes, it does indeed seem like we're going to be having 1,000 excess velocity when we leave. Is exactly what we wanted. So that math works solidly. 10207 is almost exactly the value we wanted. Minor nitpick is that it is at an angle, so we did not have the correct ejection angle set up, but that is absolutely fine. We're in about the correct regime. If I recall our vague estimate for Duna's altitude, it's actually an easier number, is 20.5 billion. So I'm gonna wait until we get up to Alpha-Apsis, and hopefully that's close enough that we can start doing some good work. This is gonna be the tricky part again. We gotta do a lot of maneuvering and estimating and catching. Oh, we are very close to spot on. Really, the only issue is that Duna isn't here. That was a fantastic injection burn. I am most satisfied. All right, while it reorients, let's get this numbers in 20382. We want to do 20500 million. That is a target of 7546. And we are ready to proceed. Okay, I gotta be a little more careful. 7546.5 is still the number. I just want to be a little safer when doing my burns here. The ship is still pretty wobbly. Alright, so Duna's behind us right now. I'm going to prep some stuff. We want to go to free camera, and we want to see when Dune is at its lowest point. Relative to us. Okay, Duna has just started to ascend. I'm going to use this as our phase angle measurement. So get this locked, and let's find ourselves a Duna. Line up the engine bell, make that pretty much a circle. Now we look for Duna to align with the wings. Just about there. That would be, let's say, an angle of -24. Go to our phase aligner. Coincidentally, the last thing we did here was a Duna mission, so this number should be the exact same. So, let's say orbits to phase is 1. We want to target an apoapsis of 2437498. Go here. Target that. Current altitude is 20501. And so long as we have a target radius, that will take priority over the target altitude. So we want to go to 7809. Actually, I am going to trifurcate this. Let's go to 2198 instead. 7620.6. This is entirely so that I can save on fuel. And also because I suspect Duna is closer than it appears in the mirror of the vehicle we're driving. Okay. Let's lock sights on Duna as it exists right now and keep watch. So we're waiting for 3 orbits to pass, maybe even less. Halfway through orbit 1. Okay, that's 1 orbit complete. I'd like to take the time to reevaluate its angle to us. This is just going to be a rough estimate because I'm curious, not anything like hyper rigorous. Well, its angle is definitely under 20 degrees now. That's good. We should let ourselves go back to prograde so that we can have a good accurate measure of the next orbit. Still solidly far enough away that we are not really seeing it fly. We're definitely outside of the circle is what I'm saying. Movement of Ike is almost completely unseeable. Forgot to swap us to free cam. There it is. So far, so good, I'd say. The fact that it's rising now doesn't tell us anything. It's already doing its shenanigans in the eccentric orbit it's in. For the most part, we're just going to see it rise and fall, and it's a change in how far down it falls. Now that we're halfway past, we would expect it to head back like this. Very much don't think we're in the circle still. If our estimates were anywhere close to good, we should be by the third orbit. And we'll know that's the case when we look exactly up or exactly down and Duna is there. Right now, we're ever so patiently waiting for it to catch up to us. It's starting to get a little extreme. I think we're nearing the edge of the circle. Because if we're facing prograde right now, Duna is very distinctly below us. So one more orbit, I think we'll make it. Like, the angle has actually gotten worse, and that's because we're so close. The physical distance to it is causing more interference than the actual, like, elliptical physics. In fact, we are in the circle. Okay, we are in the circle right now. We need to circularize. Actually need to circularize, get our apoapsis and stuff as close to the ideal as possible. So go retrograde. We are currently at 20567. And we need to get to 20450 immediately. Seven 602. Wants us to accelerate? No. I have this still in there. There we go. Okay. 7491. And radial in to make this circular, or at least make this apoapsis so that we're canonically in the right place. Shouldn't take much. 100 meters per second or so. Good. Now we're going to need to retrograde on the other side, so keep that ready. Okay, we got that covered. Where's Duna? There's Duna. Another thing we have to do is finish fixing the inclination. that, we want to look away from the sun, wait for Duna to get onto roughly the galactic plane, and then just start messing with its abilities. Why can't I see the galaxy? There we go. Okay, we've hit our destination in terms of correcting the orbit. So we are at 20454, and we want to go to 20500. $7526.8. Okay. Back to figuring out the proper inclination here. It's vaguely heading left, so I'm going to head left. Not too much of a change. This is just more theoretical than anything. We don't have a good metric for inclinations and stuff yet. I'm just gonna up it by like 20. Let's go to like 714 remaining. So let's go to solid 720. There we go. That should hopefully have improved our inclination. Might have overdone it. Certainly ain't a good sign that it's to the side of me at this point. So here I am, casually in the circle, not really sure what I'm doing or what to do. Our orbit right now is a little sloppy, so I'd like to go to a point and try and correct it a bit. Okay, inclination's improved. I'm gonna radial out here so I can turn this into my apoapsis. Hopefully make the math easier. Let me really know what's going on. Okay, let's start doing some more extreme variations here. 20500 million is going to be our target, and we'll go down to 204, which is 7505.2. Goal here is to slowly inch our way forward. By doing so, try and hit the edge of the circle. Seven five oh 5.2. Thrust way down. Okay. Looking retrograde right now. Duna is currently in front of us. Let's see how it moves. Expected, it should rise. Fly around us. Through. Now it's starting to slide relative to the stars. All the way through and is already past us. That's interesting. We may have overshot it. We may be exiting the circle. If we do, we'll go back to 20500 because we know that's above and then let it sweep back into us. Still trying to make the circle. I call it a circle, but I know the math. It's going to be an infinite sequence of increasingly smaller circles. So it seems that we did not overshoot it. So we go again. I guess like the consistent protocol would be wait until we overshoot it and then go back to 20500 and wait for it to catch up again. The math to do this any amount more directly is going to require a lot of work on my end. Theoretically, it would start with learning the exact eccentricity of the orbit, since we know the semi-major axis to an okay-ish degree. From there, we wait until we are in a circular orbit and Duna is eclipsing the sun. At that exact moment, we know the theoretical phase between where we are and the intersection point between our circle and its elliptical orbit. At that point, we do that special magic phase. And then we should align, even if we're in a circular orbit, with the point where Duna crosses our circular orbit. And then we can simply refine that phase. But we need to know its eccentricity. Where's Duna right now? There's Duna right now. So long as we figured out the eccentricity of Duna, that would be a mathematically precise answer. The phase would be absolute. I kind of like that as a way to go about it. I was worried I would need to create this objective measure of arguments of periapsis and all that. But if I can simply do it by waiting until it eclipses the orbiting body, right now, boom, time, then we'll know, we've aligned with the argument of periapsis in our circle, so then we can phase over to where it connects and then just recircularize. I think that's a cool idea. Right now, we could only estimate. Estimati. Is this not extreme enough? Are we too close to true semi-major? Do I need to lower the orbit further? Personally, I thought I made it too deep, but maybe it's not deep enough. Signal strength has been good throughout, which is an excellent sign for the viability of this strategy. The switchyard system. Well, the time where we could theoretically expect to have a problem is when the sun is eclipsing Kerbin. But with a few switch yards on other planets, we will be able to do a little bit of a interplanetary crossover to get around the sun if needed. Signal quality would probably degrade, but it means we're no longer worried about direct lines to Kerbin's SOI. Would also help to give us more angles on objects. I'd love to see the radar, like, connection linkage chart map. Unfortunately, I can't because I can't see the map in general. I think even the Orbungle scope's getting involved. Alright, I'm starting to think we're not perturbing the orbit enough. I'm going down to 20350. You don't need to see the math for this. I'm just changing two numbers and reading a new number. 7500.7. Hopefully this will put us on the edge of the circle. We'll make it eventually. Any amount of imprecision can be made up with a nice, healthy, excessive application of time. Every orbit we make is an orbit we can refine. So the orbit dune is back there. Looks promising. Still reliably descending, but we're 75% through. I have to cross the sun eventually. Finally did so. A lot closer. Okay, I'm pretty confident that this orbit will cause us to overshoot, at which point we'll go back to 20500 and trace it back. There it is. Oh. Ooh, it's gonna be close. It is gonna be very close. I am very surprised we're still inside the circle. Very, very surprised. Meanwhile, we need to do some work on the inclination. Follow the line of junk, wait till it crosses over. Try and follow it around. Okay. So it's going right to left, so we want to go right to left. Again, really don't know what level of inclination change we should be doing here. Mostly just eyeballing it. I'm going to go with a very safe and small amount of 5. I'm going to go from 690 remaining to 685 remaining. I do not want to overcorrect this to obscene levels. Okay. We need to realign the ship at some point. We've got to be outside of the circle after this one. Like, we've got it. Okay, I'm calling it. We are outside of the circle. It's a matter of figuring out what our angle is right now. Go prograde. Okay, if I were to make a declaration about our vague distance, I would say that we're pretty darn close, and that the only variation would be based on inclination and stuff. So I'm gonna say that right here, we are intersecting our circle, nominal circle, with the orbit of Duna. So right here, I am going to try and elevate us back to 20500. Not on this side of the orbit, naturally, because we can't change our position if we're only changing our velocity in one instantaneous moment. But we'll go to 20500 on the other side and then circularize. Step one, though, make this our apoapsis. Good enough. Not helping. Okay. 20489. $20500. 7517.3. A little too far. It's okay, we've got a bit of time right now. Okay. Now, half an orbit later, we circularize. And then we wait. What I'm very interested by with this is the fact that we are almost encountering Duna with 0% of the fuel in the upper stage. That in particular is exciting to me. Okay, we're at altitude. So 7513.2. This is just 20500 twice. 7514.3. Good. So the question will be, are we still in the circle? Or have we re-entered the circle? Tell from this camera view. Let's try this one. Definite maybe. Oh, that's looking like circle. That's looking like inside circle. Go retrograde. This is the crossover. We are back in the circle. Go back down to 4.5. 7509.78. from this angle as well, try and solve the inclination problem. Be real attentive to this one. I want it fixed. Fortunately, all the extra scaffolding on the ship makes it maybe easier to recognize or identify. We are looking for such point where it crosses the plane of the ship. Now, so it's going up to down, so we want to go up to down. And just to be cautious, I'm only going to do 5 meters per second of delta V. So we are going to go from 650 to 645 remaining in the stage. Shouldn't see an alteration to anything else. Okay. It's still descending a little more. Still descending a little more. Whatever it is now, it's an improvement. Lost my sane alignments with everything. Go back to free cam for a second. This is good practice, and it is definitely telling me that we need to refine the method. Maybe figure out what the inclination of Guna actually is. So, are we in the circle? Yes. Might have to lower it further. Might have to go down to 204 again. I want to see where periapsis is for a second. Orbital cam. I have staged accidentally. Oops. Not ideal. Okay. Going back to 204.00.7505.2. It's okay that we lost that stage. It's okay. Okay, another one. I'm a little embarrassed about losing the stage. Numerically, it's like 600 delta V down the drain. In terms of relative amount on the ship, it's not much. In terms of how much we're expecting to use, it's not much. It's a little embarrassing. Still in the circle. I guess we proceed like this then. This might be a nice, convenient way to narrow down the exact semi-major axis of Duna, because right now we're just assuming it's 20500 in terms of sun altitude, and then just subtracting the radius of the sun off that, which is to say adding it off. You know, accounting for the difference between those two numbers. Oh my goodness, we're vaguely close to an asteroid. Huh. Cool. We're outside of the circle. We're in! Okay. Focus. We were inside of the circle, and then we were barely outside of the circle. Which means that this is lower. It is technically lower. It is barely lower. So... higher, 20450 is barely lower. No, we are at 20400. Okay. I've awkwardly written it down here just to denote, like, hey, know that later. Okay. But we're here, and we now have a decent estimate for the sphere of influence. It's at least 47514,000. Let's mark that. 47514,000. So let's just say 47500. Yeah, I guess that's fine for a yellow. It's almost closer to a red. Okay. So now that we're here, we can get to work. Step one, I'm gonna go to, let's say, 40 million. And then kill our speed. Actually, no, I'm gonna go just to whatever our periapsis is. And then make the apoapsis 40 million. May as well do all of the diabolical machinations I have planned all at once. Okay. Okay. So 28426,000. We want to go to 40 million. That would be a speed of 110.4. Let's do it. How's the electric charge looking? Electric charge is stable. We have enough energy to do this. This is so unstable in roll specifically. Strange. Maybe it needs to be a little wider in some parts just to give it some moment. But at the very least, with the newly designed ship, at least in some configurations, we have enough electric generation from these solar panels that we can fire the xenon engines perpetually. And can now coast to our operating velocity of 110.4. Now I've got schemes after this, in case you were worried. I'm most certainly not leaving this thing in an equatorial orbit. This thing is going right to polar. And then in a future mission, we may want to put some, or maybe the switch yard. No. The switch yard is the switching station. We need it. But we're also going to need a small fleet of lesser satellites to just provide coverage. If I recall correctly, that might have been the smart cleaner. So we're going to need an interplanetary smart cleaner is the answer here. We made it, though. That's really what was important. We're back. It takes us like 30 mission elapsed time years to do it, just due to all the orbits we got to do to slowly correct, but we can do it. I think, yeah, we're about to hit 3-digit number of years since we started. Tragic. 110.4 is still our target velocity. We are approaching there, and I'm very happy we don't have to worry about charge right now. Man, I can almost visualize what I want to do with the radar coverage network. But if we ever want this to be convenient, we need to improve our methods for getting to Duna. Okay, that's velocity. Let's go to the other side of the orbit. Isn't that beautiful to see, though? Okay, there's no real reason for this to be elegant or precise. This is a relay satellite. It just needs to be in the orbit. I want to keep it relatively high so that it doesn't move all that fast, and so its behavior is predictable. If I were doing something real clever, I would try and make it a polar orbit where I'm going... Apoapsis is directly above one of the poles of Duna, and the periapsis is real low. So that it kind of flies down and then, like, rises back up. So it always feels like it's above Duna. My only concern with that is I don't know if the ellipse will be narrow enough to dodge Ike, which is why I am not going to attempt it. Actually, we can determine that, because that is a very particular value. I don't remember what it's called. I think in most elliptic, like, measurements, it's... Oh, that's the semilattice. Okay. So it's the semilattice I want. And we can calculate the semilattice. So if we calculate the semilattice, we can use that in conjunction with our vague estimates for Ike's orbit and see if we can viably do this. In fact, we can figure out a lower bound and then just, like, raise the apoapsis until it makes sense to do. First things first, though, we need to get over one of the poles of Duna. Fortunately, this high up, we have all the time in the world to do this, especially now that we don't have to worry about our electric charge. We might have to. I'm about to change our facing angle. We have all 4 panels getting sunlight, but that's about to change as I rotate myself to facing north-south. And kill. Does think we're on a collision course, which is to be expected, I suppose. So we basically want this to be circular for convenience, and we have the delta V that we can afford to be inaccurate here. So what's it looking like here? So... $40 million to $40 million would be 86.3. We're technically at 39645. $86.7. Okay, 86.7 it is. Looking back at the meta situation right now, it is indeed the case. I have checked. We have reports on the official Discord of people unable to watch the stream. So that's funny. To be expected. The actual broadcast out on my side seems fine. I haven't dropped any frames. The bitrate's correct. So you can stream, it just won't be shown to anybody. Fortunately, I'm a small enough of a streamer at this point that people won't be missing out on anything. There's not people to miss out on it. 86.7 is approaching 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. We've arrived. Okay. Now we want to follow this until we hit North Pole. Using the oblongness of Ike to give us a general sense of when that happens. I think it's close. Yeah, yep. The polar reversal is occurring. Okay, so we're in the midst of it. So, question. How do we do this? So for this, I'm going to have to boot up my old bunch of formulas I have prepared. Our target information is the semilatus rectum and an associated periapsis and apoapsis. The semilatus is the apoapsis multiplied by 1 minus the eccentricity squared. Not the most convenient form for this to take. Though eccentricity isn't that bad, of course. That's just the difference divided by the sum. Okay. Yeah, okay. We can do this. So, we might want to prepare a proper formula for this. Let's do that. Just put it on a vague area that has nothing else of immediate value. So, we're going to go down the line here. What we want is the semilatus, usually denoted by P. It is equal to a combination of the semi-major axis and the eccentricity. The eccentric. Okay, let's function with what we actually care about here. We care about the periapsis. We care about the apoapsis. Everything else can be derived. A, no, not AP, just A. E, P. Not not PE, just P. So effectively, what we're going to be doing... Oh, hello. The stream is working. People can see it, apparently. Hi. I guess we're out of a dead zone. So, quick catch up on what's going on. I've sent another satellite to Duna for radar coverage, and I'm going to try and see if I can make it highly elliptical polar orbit and dodge Ike. So to do that, we need to... I think I'm going about this wrong. We don't want the periapsis to be a thing we input. We want it to be our answer. That's going to make this complicated. I think we're just going to have to, like, plug in some periapses and just guess and check. Ike is always a problem. Ike is the perpetual problem of Duna. If there is one headache that Duna provides, it is Ike. It is large, it is low orbit. It is the headache. Ike will wreck your orbits if you let it. So, let's just put in the radius of Duna as well, just so I don't have to keep modifying that value. And in that case, let's put some more room for that. So this will be RP, this will be RA, this will be measured PE, this will be measured AP. Radius of Duna, we already know it. 320,000. We know our apoapsis is nominally going to be 40 million. So this will be the periapsis plus the radius. This will be the apoapsis plus the radius. The semi-major is going to be equal to the radius apo plus the radius peri, not necessarily in that order, divided by 2. So that's that. The eccentricity is going to be the slightly more complicated equation of the apoapsis minus the periapsis divided by the apoapsis. Oh, get some parentheses in there. The apoapsis plus the periapsis. From there, we convert to semi-lattice shenaniganery with a grand total of the semi-major multiplied by 1 minus the eccentricity times itself. Okay. So now all we need to do is raise the periapsis to something sane and reasonable and make sure that the semi-lattice is not too big. Now let's start with something that we know won't hit the atmosphere of Duna, 100,000. Semi-lattice would be at 831,000. Our minimum estimate for the radius of Duna or Ike's orbit is about 2 million, technically 1.7, with a sphere of influence of 9 million. It's scraping it. It is just scraping it. Maybe we lower our apoapsis to 30 million. It's not going to make a dent, is it? Okay. This is a curious situation. If we knew a bit more about Ike, I would be more confident doing this. Maybe we can lowering the periapsis might have a disproportionate effect. So what if we go down to 70,000? Yeah, okay, that I think we can work with. Back to 40 million. Okay, 772. I think that's good. Hey, welcome back. Wow, everyone's showing up. I guess that means that the internet problems around the world are being fixed. Why did I close that? We still need it up for math. Okay. So I'm going to say that this semi-lattice is safe for Ike. If it's not, that's informative in its own right. But that's what we're going to go for. A periapsis of 70,000. I know that Duna's atmosphere doesn't start at 70,000 like Kerbin. I don't remember where it starts, but it's 70,000 is safe. So our target periapsis will be 70,000 for this. So let's type that in. At our current altitude of 39926,000. To go down to 70,000 would be a velocity of 12. Let's do this. This is scary. This is like the most high risk orbit I've ever done. It's kind of awesome in that regard. Actually, I'm going to cheese this in order to make sure it is as polar as possible. We want the apoapsis to be as close to the North Pole of Duna as possible. So before I do any of that, I'm going to try and chase Duna. Chase the poles. We have the delta V for it. Margins for this are really, really tight. Anyway, to give more general context, this is our radar radio relay satellite for Duna. It should provide us a strong and fairly reliable connection to Duna at all times, allowing us to very conveniently do future missions. Kill. Warp forward until the... Yep, here it goes. Closer and closer to the exact North Pole of Duna to give us the best geometry for dodging Ike as possible. We know our target velocity. It's literally 12. The nav ball is freaking out about how polar this is. We are definitely nearing gimbal lock scenario. Yeah, look, we sit here and do nothing. It's just flickering. Oh, we're fighting it? We're fighting it and losing. That's how you know it's time. Okay. Given we now know that fact, it's time to lower our orbit. Target velocity is 12 in 3, 2, 1. Launch. Let's hope this works. Unfortunately, we're not going to know if it works. We're only going to know if it fails in, like, some unseen distant future. It's 12. It's 12. Okay, let's follow it down and see how it does. As we go over the equator of Duna, we'll have a good idea of what our semi-lattice is actually in practice. That's about on estimate for what we thought it would be. Now, have I overshot it? Did I accidentally go to like 11.9 and we're about to crash into the surface of Duna? No, we are good. Fantastic. Very, very good. So our satellite is ready. We can now get signal from elsewhere in the solar system. Splendid. Great, great. That's another victory. Now what? We got the radar coverage. Okay, I think the game has crashed. Oops. Man, I was doing so well. Well, time to go to the standby screen. You probably want the music here, yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, while we wait for the game to boot up again, I'm glad to see that there are people who have returned from the void of internet in society. Yeah, if you're watching this vaguely around the time it happened, you probably know about the whole AWS blackout and associated just internet nonsense going on. You may also be like vaguely aware that Twitch, the website, is owned by Amazon, the company, and how those two things being associated together might cause problems. I don't know the details. I just know that my plans for yesterday's stream were ruined because Acela was having crazy internet problems, and those never stopped. Hopefully they'll stop eventually, because we were about to have a cool new series, and every stream we don't have gets us a little closer to Acella's birthday party, which is when the series would have ended. Which means I have less time to make a good enough impression. Okay, you'll be pleased to know that the game is currently successfully in the process of not, like, uncrashing. So we should be back soon. I'm observing it here on my observational chamber of things I can observe, and I can tell you very distinctly, it is real. It just froze. That might just be because it's loading something really big. So I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let it, and we're gonna hope. We're gonna hope really, really hard. Oh. Okay, I think we're good. I think it lived. I think it survived. Okay, it did not crash again in the efforts of uncrashing. It's real. It's present. Take a look for yourself. I think we're good. I don't know how far back in time it set us. But before I declare everything nice and good, I'm gonna check on the switchyard. Okay, the switchyard is declaring itself as orbiting Duna. Here, I think we're good enough to start seeing here. Yeah, come take a look. We're here. If we ascend up to 40 million with a general velocity of 12... Okay. Yes, everything is as we left it. We may leave. Good. No progress was lost. No time was reversed. We just continue and ask that it does not crash this time. Which I'm sure it can manage. I believe in it. There we go. Okay, now what? Ironically, I think I'm going to actually go back, because I want to label these, because they're important. So this is going to be... Oh, you just get, like, information. I just want to change the name of it. I don't think I can do it from this screen. So I will switch to it again, threaten a crash again, rename the vessel, and then leave. And then I'll do the same for Kerbin Switchyard. Where'd I put that probe on this thing? Here we are. Rename vessel. This is going to be Switchyard Duna. Good. Now we head back to the tracking station, go to the Kerbin switch yard. Label that one up. Where is that one? Whatever is labeled switchyard relay. That's not a good sign. That's a really bad sign. Why is the switchyard flying past the sun? What happened to it? This should not have been possible. Where's How did this happen? There's Kerbin over there. Okay, the switchyard has left Kerbin. I don't know how that happened. This is actually really bad. We need a switchyard. Like, it doesn't seem that far from Kerbin, but... My goodness. Okay. Maybe we put it at too high of an orbit that, like, the SOI perturbed somehow, and that would only happen if Kerbin had an eccentricity in its orbit. Does it? I don't know. Maybe when we jettisoned it, it just had a little bit too much velocity. Okay, in that case, let's just do a really quick mission to put another switchyard in Kerbin orbit. Fortunately, the new switchyard is fine and good and ready to go. By comparison, this one will be easy. And I guess I could do the sort of same, like, really low orbit type thing, but we have a network of relay satellites around Kerbin, so that's unnecessary. Especially when this is supposed to be an upstepper to other planets. But I am simply gonna fly high and circularize. The wobble is still bothersome. But not too hazardous, it seems. It's within margins. We're still going up. The ship isn't crumpling. Bit of an overarching meta thing for the entire series. I have a playlist of songs. It's not that big. Sometimes I have this, like, deep, instinctive feeling about what song's going to play next after one ends. In this instance, I appear to have been incorrect, but it's surprising just, like, how certain you feel about it. So we're going for a very obscure exit. Maybe like oblique. Okay, let's see what our orbit's looking like. Oh. Overshot it. Raise our apoapsis to be really an apoapsis. And then this one's just going to be a large circle. I don't know how far out I'm going to put it. Decide that when we get there. We're there. Okay, let's do... We know it's 80. Let's do... I guess... The assumed sphere of influence is like 83 million. I'm going to put it at 50. Out here forgetting to actually measure what 50 is in terms of delta V to do. So we're at 338073. And I'm going to go to target altitude of 50 million. I don't want commas in these. Just easier to read. Okay, target velocity is 2717.6. I will do that. We overshot it slightly. I don't think we got the power to correct it. Not in time. We'll just go out to 50 and then stop. Oh, there's Kerbin. I was looking for it. Okay, that's good enough. What's my plan here? My plan here is to recycle and then energize. If you don't know what that means, that's because I was very confusing with what I said. Something to slow us down. And then from there, we will just sort of burn north until we get circle of 50 million-ish. While that's happening, let's figure out what that would look like. 50 million... 264.1, okay. Okay, so 50013 specifically is 264.0 exactly. So we shall. Alright, the upper stage is legally a probe. We could save it. Onto the cruise. The adjustment to using Xenon engines for a lot of this has really made these burns long. At least it's relaxing. Means that I have a break from doing all the math. Also, yes, hi. I assume internet shenanigans are still going on. I should check at some point. Seems like the worst of it might be over. But it is sometimes never enough. Why is it black screen? That's not even like a normal problem. Hold on, I got it ready to stop this burn once we hit 264.0. But that does appear to possibly be a U problem. Okay, good. I do like this structured line look. Kind of like the wireframe of a equally crumpled can. Final speed of 264.0. 1, 2, 3, lower speed. We're there. Okay, the replacement switchyard satellite for Kerbin shenanigans is now in place. We no longer have to fear its lack of presence. Now, switchyard Kerbin. Its specific orientation doesn't matter. We're done here. To the center. Okay, now that the relay network has been expanded and then subsequently repaired, what do we do now? I'm a little hesitant to deal with all of the pain and suffering that would go with doing another Duna mission. Especially without, like, a plan. But I would like to try and make a ship that lands. Could do another liaison. With the switchyard there, the liaison is perhaps less necessary. So we need some kind of land liaison. Let's open up the liaison as a baseline. And then from there, modify it for land operations. First off, are there longer fuel tanks? Okay, S37200. No, I think these are the tallest we've got. That's unfortunate. $4,000 oxidizer, basically, is the number to beat. That's not beating it. This is almost beating it. Yeah, it's thinner but taller. That's not beating it. Yeah, okay. This is interesting. We only have liquid fuel on Mark III level here. LTX, much smaller, much smaller. Yeah, there's no real way to increase this without getting new technology. And it's already kind of suffering under its load. I'm pretty sure we don't have enough science. I spent it all. So with an objective of a Duna landing, the desires and specifications for what we want are very different. Very, very different. I think we want to ditch the Xenon tech. Get all the science secured for later. Classic goo. We're going for power. We want something that can fold up and redeploy. How's these looking? Seems fine. How do these look? Well, they're big. It's got some benefits to it, I would think. But we want to keep this ship light. That's even bigger! Okay, so think this through. The reason I want this sort of size class still is because I would love to put the Science Junior aboard. Preferably 2. So in my mind, this kind of configuration is the, like, final form. From here we would want a darn good antenna. As an emergency measure, I'm going to put some basic, proper, acceptable, agreeable. Is there a flat adapter anywhere close to being able to fill this gap? Almost. Ooh, better. Interesting. In that case, let's put the critical components down here. Lower the heat shield to that radius. So with all of this, we're going to get like a pretty good sweep of science. My concern is that we're going to be heavily reliant on the switch yard. I would really like to put a proper antenna. I'd also maybe accept ditching the science juniors just to ensure that this ship has as good a chance of succeeding as possible. So forget all of that. Get ourselves the HG8888. Sorry, it's just the 8888. Something I realized is that this could... We could justify this whole thing as something temporary. Don't even put solar panels on it. After all, once it hits ground, what are we going to do with it? Put some on, but not at the risk of the mission. So it's just gonna fall, and then it's gonna land, hopefully. And for landing, we're gonna need some good parachuting. We're gonna have a system of 2 drogue, 2 regular. So all this is hopefully going to be delivered in one convenient payload to the surface of Duna. That's the plan. Now for the inner stage. Looks good. That's just 25 radius tank speed. Too wide. There we go. Good engine for this. Good engine for this. Also looking at ISP 330, 310, 355, 350, 380. Alright, yep, let's wolfhound it. Now we want vacuum data. Okay, so 3000's pretty good. Starting to think we don't need this interim section at all. Get that out of there. We definitely want solar panel for the time in between. Don't know if we need these if we're not doing like full-on xenon stuff. Edit the fairing. This can be a lot lighter. Okay, I like it. Now for general stability in ascent. Attach those finally. Too far, huh? That work? Yeah, that worked. Good, good, good. Let's call this... We're at 21 right now, so this will be 22. Shallow impact. I just realized the design flaw. Okay, the design flaw is technically that we can't aero brake. Which I was kind of hoping we could do, but we don't really have the option to aero brake anyway because we cannot encounter Duna at such great speed. So, never mind, we're fine. Get the staging proper. Finale, what coupler are you? That one. Oh, the staging has become thoroughly destroyed, huh? Separate these. What is that doing up there? Separate these, launch SRBs. Then, separate radials. Launch that. Do not activate this dang engine. Then do this, then do that, then do that, then do that. Okay. So I'm adding a stage 2 to this. And stage 2 will prep everything for landing. Stage 2 will retract this antenna. Actually, cancel that for a second. How big is this antenna when deployed? Oof, okay. It's kind of necessary to have an antenna this strong, but that is a volume. Okay. What? Okay, I just had a crazy idea. There's a world where I can set up like one of those KAS timers to close the antenna, wait for like a few minutes and then reopen it. I'm gonna try that. Open the editor. Toggle antenna. So my hope is that, let's say we make this 15 seconds long. My hope is that if I play this, it should like attempt to extend and then retract. Like every time it hits a keyframe, that's like a trigger. Now just to be certain I understand how this is working here. Go down to 5 seconds again. Here. Beautiful. Okay. So, I'm gonna make this 2 minutes. So, we hit atmosphere. Theoretically, we hit atmosphere. We do this. Then 2 minutes will go by. I don't think 2 minutes is enough. It would be highly irresponsible for this to be open at any point during flight. So I'm going to set this to 5 minutes for maximum safety. We're going to deliberately put ourselves in blackout conditions for the express purpose of making sure we're good to go. And part of the genius of this being automated is that if we lose contact with the ship, it will reestablish contact 5 minutes later. That's really what I'm hoping for here. So Control Group 2 will handle this. It will play sequence on both of these because I don't know which one it's going to be, so I'll just play both. One of them will be a dud that does nothing, but that's fine. And it will decouple. So by activating Control Group 2, we are entering terminal guidance. Which means we really want to do this while we're in the atmosphere before the plasma blackout, and we are ready to go. Also, we want to prime the chutes to deploy. Okay, so yeah, deploy mode when safe. Thank you. Would love to get those off of the staging diagram entirely. But I can't, so I'll just add some arbitrary padding. You get off the staging diagram. And I think we're ready to go. Shallow impact is ready. I think I'm going to do like a pretend test run by just launching it towards one of Kerbin's poles to get scientific data from there. You know, just to get the knowledge. We've never landed on Kerbin's poles. We've never intentionally tried to. We are clear. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Go. Now, whether I successfully hit the poles or not, I don't know. My intention is to go into a vaguely circular low orbit and then just pretend I'm coming in for a landing. Definitely a lot less wobbly, though that might just be because the upper stage is barely existent. I welcome the change, though. Starting to think 5 minutes might not even be enough. Okay, this test run shall be operated with I burn this stage until it's effectively exhausted, and then at the top of the orbit I will lower the periapsis to 25. Probably raise it, given our direction of travel. But I think that will be a decent test of an arbitrary approach. They're high thermal loads. Okay. So, quick numbers here. We're at 540,087. And we want 25,000. Target speed of 1480.4. Very good, very good. Okay. That's our target. Everything else looks good. Let's go to the next stage arbitrarily just so we can try it out. There's a good chance we will not be reaching the poles today. At least I can give us the best odds possible. I overdid it a bit. Oh, there's the poles right there. We are definitely overshooting them. Okay. Well, test is a test. Let's test it. So, we want to go surface relative retrograde terminal flight. So now we wait 5 minutes and see what happens. Okay, I think this is a reasonably quality test given the fact that the lower stages solar panels are burning off, so this is proper thermal load. The ship appears to be exploding. Yep, there goes the rest of the stage. Most of it, at least. It's a very good sign that this is a good test. I have not been paying attention to the clock, though. But while we're up here... Yeah, it's looking like some water. Oh, the drogues have activated. Okay, so it's upper atmosphere over water. Not particularly interested. Let's accelerate. Now I really won't know what time it is. But looks like both parachutes are in their pre-deploy phase. It's probably safe for the antenna to deploy at this point. Here's flying over. Drogues deployed. There's the antenna. Okay. In this test, it was indeed just about proper for it to deploy at that point. Electricity is fine, but it's sunny out, so that doesn't really matter. I think in the full, like, Duna run, maybe we up the time from 5 minutes to 10. Maybe 6. See what kind of random science we can do right now. Nothing particular. A few drops here and there, but overall, pretty good test. I think it's time for the real deal. I will leave it at 5 minutes. Okay. Shallow impact. All the work we've done with it. We are going to try and land on Duna. This is an interesting situation. We could totally fail it. We could absolutely ruin the heck out of this. All right. Well, phase 1 is simple enough. Launch in 3, 2, 1, go. A little nervous, honestly. A little tense. This is gonna be like a big deal. Initial staging's going well, everything's smooth. I don't expect the lower stages to be a problem, honestly. Not gonna worry too much about space debris on this mission. Just want this to work. Bearings undergoing heating. Got the suspicion we're suborbital, but like in a superorbital, suborbital kind of way. Yes. Okay. Bearing. Solar panels. Clear. Find Apo. Okay. 102711. Get those numbers in. Let's just say 102500. 2240.6. Overdid it a little bit. And now that's going to be stuck in orbit for a while. It's okay that I overdid it. Okay, next step is the injection towards Duna orbit. Strictly speaking, we will do at slightly after sunset. Don't know the greater Duna phase angle. Okay, it's rotating. We got to do math again. So we know that the excess velocity we want is roughly 1,000. Where did I do this last time? Here. So sphere of influence radius is target radius here. We are at 129. Pause. 129000 basically. The 3097 is our initial here. For a target escape burn of 3254. Okay, that seems right about what we would care for. Let's do 3254 in 3, 2, 1, launch. 3, 2, 5, 4. All right. Just about. Let's roll. Bye, Kerbin. Hi, son. Where Dune at? I don't know where Dune at. So as is classic, we're gonna go to like 20.5 billion. Then start doing some Duna encountering nonsense. I worry that our Duna situation is unlucky. Okay, it seems like we overshot. That's okay. We'll just go to wherever Apoapsis is and go to 20500. Actually, maybe 20450. Might be closer to accurate. Okay. We are currently at 21064 million. We want to go to 2450 million. So 7359.9. We gotta add some speed to our us. Oh, wait, hold up, hold the phone. Horrendous news. Duna's on the other side of the sun. I found it. Right there. I think it would actually be in our best interest that we do nothing here. Go to periapsis, correct that one, and then try and phase align. Moho flying about. Duna is strictly behind us. And we'll catch up with it soon enough. Where's the periapsis? Looking at radial, it seems like we're about to hit it. Oh, see it? Okay. So we are currently at 13304 million. Get out of here. And we want to go to 2405. So 10219.3. That's easy enough. There we are. Now we're going to probably have to do some orbits in order to encounter Duna. And that's fine. It's okay if it takes us a couple orbits. I would just like to beat our record of 30 years. based on my understanding of orbital motion, we should be catching up to Duna here. Yeah, there it is. I lost sight of it. Hey, impressive for a orbit set on the other side of the solar system. Where's Duna at? I think that's it. Yep, there it is. So, just as a blank observation of it, what's that phase looking like? Okay, that phase is looking like 42, 43 degrees. So in the phase aligner, get some comments on this because I want to bungle this down by 50. 42 degrees-ish. Interestingly enough, I like this as, like, we sit here and do nothing. Because our periapsis right now is already pretty close to that. So I'm vote we wait in orbit and do nothing. Get us ready on prograde, though. We will need to circularize next time. Do some correction. And I'll set us to free scope so we can kind of track Duna's progress. But outside of that, this is looking pretty normal. Good to go, good to go. Warp. So I suspect we will be pretty close to inside the circle in one orbit. It might not be exactly in the circle, but it'll be close. Could be close enough that we can start adjusting. Minmassar in flight. How's the relay looking? I'm seeing a lot of switchyard Kerbin in there, which is a good sign. Quarter way through the orbit. Where's Duna? Got distracted. There's Duna. All Duna-like. The internet situation outside of the game is apparently going disastrously. We are at 0 viewers. Very rare. I feel like Twitch is having some problems lately. From all of the lurkers not counting to parent company having a network outage of catastrophic proportions. It's not going well for them. I've made no corrections to inclination, and that's something I need to keep in mind. I'm adding a bunch of fake stages just so I have safety margins in case I accidentally hit the stage button. Okay, so we're here. Duna is above us. Let's circularize, as was the plan. It's possible we're in the circle. If not, we're behind it. .4. Okay, now for the big burn. Boom. Throttle up. .4. We're there. Okay, now we will observe Duna, what it does, how it moves, how it doesn't, to determine if we're in the circle or not. Over the course of one orbit. Initial assessment's looking good. Wait, it's swinging around us? If it goes over us, I'm going to be pretty confident we're in the circle. But interestingly, I think we're more on the trailing end than the leading end, which is new for us. We should also keep in mind that we don't really know where along the orbit Duna was at the time. Only that we're in a circular orbit that we believe approximates its semi-major axis. This particular song reminds me of Satellite Tori Hune. Same little note progression for the start. Whoa, Duna turned invisible. No, it went behind a solar panel. Fool that I was. Okay, so we're definitely in the circle, which is a good first step. I am going to make a audacious stunt here. It feels like we're not close to any edge of the circle. So I'm going to make a large correction burn down to like 2250. So maybe 2300 would be enough. No, I'm going to do 2250. Which is to say 20, 250. So we are at 20451, incidentally. 20250, 7504.8. Gonna be a risky play. But hopefully in one orbit we'll be close to the edge. Approaching halfway around, Duna should be up. There it is. Crossing over just about now. Makes sense. Follow it around for a bit. This could have been excessive. This could have been too much. The fact that Duna hasn't swept under me yet suggests that we may be outside of the circle. I'm going to circularize and just check what it's doing. Just to be safe. I guess there's one thing I lost from removing the probe section is the better turning. Okay, 20451. Just go to 20450. 7523.11. Okay, now let's see what Duna's doing right now. Wow, we're still in the circle. Okay, in that case, let's lower it again quickly. I'm going to go to 20400 from here. $7518.6. Interesting stuff. As we back out here, let's take this orbit to do line it up with the solar panels. I'm going to try and do inclination editing here. Now, it's heading down, so we want to head down. I'm going to give it an initial of like 15 meters per second, and then just watch it as it alters itself. So 1715 to 1700. Let's see what it does. Hard to tell what it's doing. There's a lot of junk in the way. Seems to be rising somewhat, so I overdid it. But that does give us a bounds for the next time we try. But now, since we're in the middle of nowhere, we have to watch the altimeter for when we get back to 2450. Going back to free cam mode so I can see the progress. Okay. I was worried. When you don't have that rotational camera frame, it's hard to tell whether Dune is descending or not with regards to our view of the circle. Trademark. It's not trademarked. Okay, we're still in the circle, so we'll go around again. But we are closer, I think. So now we wait, and I feel like, at least if I don't mess anything up, we will beat our previous record. We'll wait for Duna to appear over here. Are we outside of the circle? Still got an angle to go. We are still in the circle. Barely. Actually, it doesn't feel all that barely. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to just do another orbit. I know we're making our new record perhaps not as new of a record as it could be. But I'm going to accept the simplicity of this approach. slowly and surely. This is definitely like the pioneers of... I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm losing my mind. But like getting to Duna is just barely on the edge of being possible, and even more barely on the edge of being feasible. We can do it. It just takes a really long time. And unfortunately, it does come down to this sort of eyeball it step near the end. If we can get rid of the eyeball it step, I'm going to feel a lot more confident about general purpose orbiting stuff. But I don't have a coherent strategy to get rid of the eyeballing it step right now. And frankly, I'm not sure how I would solve it, save for just figuring out Duna's proper parameters the long and difficult way. Oh. Duna's dot disappears, just Ike's. We're outside of the circle. Are we close enough? We're in. Okay. And that is a new record. Slightly less than 13. Fantastic. All right, let's do this. $407. Simplicity itself. Glory. Also, this means we have a new estimate for its sphere of influence at about... Yep, that's just about exactly what we had last time. Okay. Ignoring all that, make this Apo. Appleize it. Okay. So we are currently standing at a grandiose altitude of 47491,000. We want to get down to, let's say, 100,000, just to give us some margin. Requiring a target velocity of 10.5. Frankly, the sheer precision involved here is making me a bit nervous. Though I trust that we have the delta V and thrust to correct if needed. Okay, target velocity is 10.5. You'll forgive me if I actually stay above that. Like, I'll go for a solid 11. .9 is fine. Okay, proceed down. Ike, are you going to be a problem today? It looks like you're intending to be a problem today. Ladies and gentlemen, Ike, the problem today. At the very least, given all the trajectories involved, I think this will actually serve to circularize our orbit a bit. Hello? Then again, maybe not. I'm not leaving this to chance. Especially since I'm looking at auto and it says we're on a collision course. Alright. Floor it. Do not go retrograde, you fool. Okay, so Ike did indeed ruin us. Okay, I have now made this our apoapsis. So math will work once more. 591588. We need a speed of 455.9. Prograde it is. Really hating the turn speed on this thing. I gotta put the larger reaction wheels back on. What's that? 455.9. 456 flat. Good enough. For some reason, I think I'm not used to going prograde around a planet anymore. Oh well. Here's Duna. Okay. Now that we've got room to think and operate, let's think and operate. So for the vast majority of the time, Switchyard Duna is above us. Which means we have range to do this like this. So 97471. To go to 70,000. I want this as shallow as possible. 833.6. Third 3.5. So as long as the switch yard is above us, we will have near constant signal. Very good. Okay. Here is the moment of truth. From an altitude of 67187-ish to 10,000. 844.8. Actually, let's make it 5,000. I know that the atmosphere here is pretty shallow. I don't want to skip off the surface and then go out. Waiting for the ship to hit the retrograde marker with its lack of thrust, and then I'll give the actual altitude we're at when we do this burn. Okay. We are at 67268. No other alterations. 841.2. This is the moment. We are going for landing. For 1.2. Okay. Go to radial normal. And jettison. A bit of thrust to get some distance from it. Okay. I'm going to hold off from pressing our action group 2 for as long as possible. Actually, I think I want to... I'm going to let it glide. The reason I'm doing that first is because I want surface retrograde to be the command. So here's the plan. I'm going to get as much of the science ready as possible for our descent. I don't exactly know when the atmosphere is going to start, but I know it's going to start. So all of this science right here, I intend to do immediately upon touching the atmosphere. Then, once I do that science, I am going to engage dark before any sort of like plasma blackout occurs. This is a procedure we are doing specifically to protect our long-range antenna from damage. If we are lucky, the short-range antenna will still be able to hit the switch yard. If that's the case, then we're going to be a lot more comfortable with the goings-on. Let's begin. Electric drain should be absolutely no concern. We've got 2,000 of this stuff. Where's that atmosphere hit? $50,000. Okay. Observe mystery view. Run analysis. Log gravity data. Log pressure data. Log seismic data. Log temperature. Keep. Okay. I am activating condition 2 when we hit 45 kilometers. Hold on. I'm upping it to 7 minutes. Okay. We're in the soup. Condition 2. It's time. Even with the antenna closed, we still have connection, which is very good. Ooh, we can cheat more science. Already have Midlands. Wait a minute. CurbNet. Also, photo op. Get me out of here too. I'm definitely starting to think I did not put enough time on that timer. But if we share off the satellite dish, I think we'll still be fine. Seems like it's all Midlands from here. Yeah, it's all Midlands. Flying over the Midlands. Okay. Pressure data at the Midlands. Gravity is unavailable. Temperature data. Flying over the Midlands. Drogue chutes deployed. Now it's just a question of, do we have enough drag to slow ourselves down? I have no idea. Drogues deployed. We are decelerating rapidly. Serve to go. As the regular shoots deploy. Final velocity is looking to be 11.4. I think we can survive that. I stand corrected. That 7-minute timer is actually perfect. Might want to up it to 8 for a few extra margin, but I gauged that real well. Brace? I figure the heat shield might explode. Touchdown. Welcome to Duna. Now this is the photo op. We made it. Oh, this feels good. We have landed something on another world. Another planet. More to the point. Okay. Good result. Let's get some data. Actually, let's transmit all of our data we have currently. And then get the ground data so that we won't be confused as to like logistics of where's what. Do we got the power for this? Okay, we don't have the power for this, huh? I think I put some solar panels on this. Okay, so we're gonna have to transmit in batches here. At least we can transmit the data. Slowly, but surely. Okay, so the atmospheric data was the big ones, which we can't do anymore. Oh, no, we can. Heavy isotope. Right, let's wait till the sun comes around again. There we go. Okay, then we transmit this. It's really convenient that we just have barely enough electricity to do that. Alright, now everything else should be a breeze. Log gravity, keep it. Log pressure, keep it. Log seismic, keep it. Log temperature, keep it. Observe goo. Keep it. Observe goo. Keep it. Transmit all. Check. Check, check. Done. We did it. I'm really happy about this. We've landed. We've gotten a satellite, a little probe science pod onto Duna. This is a big step. We're starting to get a good handle on all of the different things that go into make the space program functional. At this point, it's just a matter of making a good enough ship such that we can land on Duna and then leave again. It's going to take a lot more designing, a lot more refining. We need to not only make our access to Duna efficient, but also fuel efficient. And that's going to be some work. But it's working. Let's get back to the Space Center, see how much science we got from that. Probably not like an obscene amount, but some. And some's good. It's a good sum of science. $600 science exactly. 600.1 science. That could get us something from this tier. Oh wow, this has a built-in internal antenna? Fascinating. Let's see, I want to see how the curb net seems pretty good. Ooh, what's a battery inside? Impressive. Specialized electronics. We get like a super battery or a fuel cell array. Exotic options, but all pale in comparison to the RTG. Over here we have experimental aerodynamics, which would give us the full suite of Mark III type tanks. I know we've ignored them up until this point, but they serve a very useful like platform for being like the core stage for a great interplanetary super ship that uses like the nerve engines. We also have metamaterials for some exotic construction, largest fairing you can get, and a big flag. And high performance fuel for the biggest tanks around. And adapters to make some fairly crazy rockets. All of these have value and benefit in some way or another. The benefit of specialized electrics is that it leads us towards the RTGs. Better probes, larger probes, make it easier to create a functioning network relay system. Wait, where's... Oh. We really should make a survey scanner probe, just to experiment with how it works. I think it's mostly like material excavation stuff. The resource scanner. This is CurbNet access, but scans for resources instead. Something to explore. I'm leaning towards high-performance fuels, of all things. My simple reasoning is that it helps simplify a lot of the lower stage that we have. Just double up the tanks makes it less wobbly, I would imagine. Wider stage at the bottom, just generally bigger rocket. The bigger rocket we can make, the bigger rocket we can put into orbit. And the bigger rocket we can put into orbit, the more margins we have for whatever operations we're doing. Everything else is a little frivolous. We don't need the RC001S when we can use like a tiny Octo 2 and just add radar to it. We already have liquid tanks that we could use for the nerve stage, but also we're not yet at the point where we want to use giant manned ships to go interplanetary. We might soon. But anything we need here, we can construct if we get high performance fuel and maybe the massive Clampetron dock port later. I think we want to go for bigger fuel tanks. And it's not like we're not going to get any more science in the future. We're always going to be getting more science in the future. That's what we do. And the gates are open now. Because we just landed on Duna. And I'm thinking maybe we want to try exploring a different planet soon. You know, just to survey it. I'm obviously not going to declare a planet conquered until we, get boots on the ground. But maybe... Actually, maybe not. Maybe we can go to Ike. Do some more landings, more probes. The shallow impact has taught us a lot. And it works real good. So I think we can take that paradigm, refine it, improve it, do some more missions to Duna. And I'm going to not stress too much about figuring out how to solve the whole elliptical thing, because that is stressful. And I avoid streaming when I'm stressed. And I don't want to avoid streaming because I'm having a good time. Here's to continuing to having a good time. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.